We are live. Okay. So, last we left off, you all had prevented the ritual to happen within the 7 hits district and managed to save Shala from being used as a sacrifice. You managed to destroy the undead sweat, but now things are looming over you. You are unsure how Shala was apprehended. You are unsure how this had gotten unnoticed, and now you are exiting the Hang on, let me find the thing. No, that's not what I want. What I want is, hang on, I'm trying to find the trying to find where it is. The oh, here it is. Okay, sorry. I was trying to find the map of the thing, so found it. Okay, so you guys just barely managed to get out of the collapsing situation. You're now above the basement, but you notice that everything here on the floors here that I covered with red has collapsed inward. So that section to get down to the basement is entirely cut off.
I have that shield that I've been dragging Shell on. The one from that, like, paladin
Guy that you fought, yeah. Yeah. Let me just copy Shala's thing. And
like if Shala is stable or not, or she's alive.
Make a medicine check.
Medicine. 15.
15. She is alive. She is unconscious. What you could tell is that she was basically knocked unconscious, judging by the slight bruise to her head that you could feel.
Okay.
So, do you try to wake her up, or...
We should get her someplace safe first, Matron says. Before we wake her up.
Alright. So, you guys are doing that. You hear some commotions. Probably the undead being put down and everything. You're hearing some footfalls, heavy footfalls of individuals in armor. You're hearing some, clear the way! Get these undead dead and make sure that the civilians are unharmed! Let's get to work, people! And, so that's what you hear. You're still inside the building, so you guys are going to exit the building, or you're going to do something else?
We're going to check if there's any, undead outside the building just in case.
Okay, I'm not gonna move you guys. You don't need to move, so just make a perception check to see if there's any undead.
There you go. An 8.
An 8. You think that a good majority of the undead is, well, dead. You can't exactly be sure, but you think they are dead. You can't tell.
Where should we take her?
Oh, okay, 19. So now you could tell that there are no lingering undead, but what you can smell is a very rotteny, burning smell coming from, like, probably a few ways away from the building.
I just want to let you know that I clicked the thing to set that off, and you said to make a perception check.
Yeah.
That's how long it took. So this is not my computer. My computer's hard drive died.
Okay, it's cool. It's cool.
It's my mother's computer. So it took me a little bit to actually get that.
It's
After I pushed
cool.
the button.
It's cool. It's cool. No need to worries. No need to worries. So who has control over elementals, or did you banish the elemental?
I'm most likely gonna banish the elemental. We don't need a fight. Wait, no, it's dead. The elemental's dead.
Right, okay. Good to know. So I'm just doing some little housekeeping right now, just trying to get all of this done. Get rid of these guys. Okay. So let me just get the map at the ready. So need to find my assets right now. No, that is actual soldiers. I don't want soldiers. I want knights. Give me some, like, knights in armor. Hey. Okay. Sorry, give me a moment. Trying to... So just give me a moment. Sorry, it's taking a while. Just trying to make sure. And I need a... Sorry, it's just taking a while to find the characters that I need. Nobles and guards, maybe?
Sorry about that.
It's all good. Okay. Scene is set. Okay. So this is what you guys see. I'm gonna place your tokens, don't worry. I'm gonna place your tokens. So this is basically what you guys see. So basically, as you come out, you see that there are the adventurers that you saw before you left. You see that they are being treated by other adventurers. You see what appears to be like small companies or groups of the armored legionaries, and you see that commander guy. Oh, I did not see that. I did not see that there were already tokens there. My bad. Ugh. So yeah, that's what you see. You see that, and you see the familiar commander guy over here. I'll put a token here to signify him being... Yeah, I'll put that, saying that he's the commander. So you say that commander guy that was with the head priest of Apollo. You see him there commanding his troops to make sure everything's all good, and as you guys get close, Nail, that burning, rotting sensation, you see in a big pile over here, the dead being burned.
Okay.
At least they're sanitary.
That or making sure that the dead can't be, brought back to life, as the saying goes. So yeah, what do? You're still like you just entered like maybe like the main street or the main section of the district.
We'll carry Paula on the shield over to where the guards are.
Okay, so you're carrying over. One of the adventurers say, "Hey, look! They returned!" And the commander guy's gonna turn and he sees you and he kind of like walks up and he says, "Lieutenants, with me!" And this guy orders his troops to attend to the injured civilians and to the survivors. And this guy, along with him, is gonna move up to you guys and say, "Well met. How did the cleanup go in that warehouse? Is it secure?"
Yes, we destroyed what they were trying to summon. But I fear one of them got away.
What do you mean one of them got away?
Leaders. Looks like it was a lich.
You guys killed the liches.
Yes. I think we're misremembering. We collapsed the building on him.
Yeah, so you presume that they could have escaped, you don't know. But you did, like, it did collapse. But you do know that there was one lich still alive.
Possible. Hollywood death. We don't know.
Sure. Yes, exactly. So yeah. So you tell him that and everything. Do you inform anything else about the situation?
Nope.
Okay. He says, "I'll send some companies to go clear through the rubble and retrieve whatever artifacts or devices they were using and lock them up."
Well, I preferred if they were destroyed, but...
Locked up and destroyed, kept out of harm's way, basically. But we need to understand how this happened. We need to understand how they were doing this without our knowledge. They can't just willy-nilly do this without knowledge. And the lieutenant kind of like steps forward, whispers in the commander's ears, and Really, this ought to be interesting. And the lieutenant kind of like leaves and returns, and he kind of like crosses his arms. "Turns out one of my men found what appears to be the dead bodies of the troops that I had stationed to protect your friend Shala. Dead. That is, how shall I say, unbecoming. Seems like we had someone who was in on the situation, because they said they were stabbed in the back, and that the weapon that was used to kill them was Yaren-issued daggers." We clearly need to have a chat with your friend Shala as soon as she is well.
Yes, you will. But for now, we need to find a place for her to stay and recover.
You could stay at my place.
We... Turning to Adrian. What was it called? What is it? Telepathic speech. Is it a good idea that we should? I mean, can we trust him, considering one of his own men may have betrayed us?
As long as we're here, we can protect her. He says he responds by casting message.
All right then. We'll accept. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take you there myself. I'll have my second clean up the messes. And he takes you to his estate. Takes you to his estate. And over that, takes you to his estate, which is going to be located somewhere in Area 2, the upper district, so I'll just basically move you guys there. So you come up across what appears to be a mansion-like structure, pretty large and Roman Greek-styled architecture. And as soon as you guys enter the grounds, you hear what appears to be footsteps, many footsteps, come running out the door, and you see what appears to be two small children, two boys, run up, and they kind of like shout something, and they shout, "Dad, Dad!" and they run up, and like the commander kind of like knelt down to hug his children, and you see what appears to be a teen female come up with, "Come now, you two, Dad just got home, and it seems he brought work with him. We'll see to him later. For now, come on, get back to your studies." "Aw, but we want to see him," and says, "That is an instructor order. He did tell me to teach you education and how to be a warrior." And says, "You're no fun." And she just points back into the house, gives a slight nod to her father, and retreats back into the house. And he gets up and, sorry, I haven't been home for about a week during this whole escapade, so let's go to my office. And you guys enter to his office, and he closes the door, and he gets you to lay Shala on the slight guest couch, and he says, "Well then, let's get to it. What can you tell me about what you encountered in that situation?"
We're trying to sacrifice Shella here to open a portal to bring through a monster of some kind.
That is troubling. Did you get a look at the monster?
I forget. We only saw its hand, I believe.
Could you describe it?
I'll describe what the monster looks like, because I don't remember exactly what it looks like.
Make a wisdom check to see if you could recall what it looked like. 12, okay. So, you rummage through your memories and you manage to remember that it was dark, with black scales, red, what appears to be coming into the creases and in-betweens of said scales. But you notice that it seemed demonic, and it was very, like, you do also sense there was immense magical power emanating from beyond the portal. You can't exactly discern what could have been on the other side, but you could tell that it was magically powerful than anything you may have encountered in your life, in your duties in the magical studies at the palace. So yeah, that's what you would call.
Okay, yeah. Adrian tells it seemed demonic and had black scales.
Okay. He kind of like rubs his chin and says, I don't know how to deal with demons or monsters on that scale, but I do believe that the magical institution could help in Fairham, as well as their branch site here in sorry, I'm even forgetting my own freaking thing in Ventar Haven at Kiron. Oh my god, like, you guys haven't traveled, so I don't keep track anymore because you guys didn't travel around, so anyway, getting back to the topic. So yeah, he says that at Fairham that there could be some help from the magical institution, as well as their branch building in Kiron, in Ventar Haven. So there's that option. And he says that it seems the Duchess Alexandria should be coming in approximately soon, as I am heard. We heard that she arrived. She even dispatched with some undead that were trying to enter through the main gate, along with her escort. She is going to call a meeting, but we will see to it as soon as we can. For now, I suggest you sleep, get some rest, tend to your friend. I'll even have my chambermaids tend to her if you need to.
By soon, do you mean the next day or in a few hours?
Next day or so.
To take Charlotte with us to the inn, or to wherever you're staying.
He's saying you could sleep in his house if you need to, since it's probably more secured than anything. And probably less options of people trying to stab you in the back. But it's entirely up to you. He's putting that option out there.
I'd like for all of us to share a room, just in case.
Okay.
Adrian says.
He will suggest to the guest rooms. They're quite large. They connect to each other, so one group can sleep in one room, the other can sleep in the other. So do you do that?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so you go there, you take the unconscious but semi-alright Shala to the room, place her on the bed, I guess, for her to sleep.
Yeah.
Is there anything
sleep
else?
On the couch or something.
Yeah.
In the same room.
Yeah. So is there anything else you guys want to do for the time being, or you're going to sleep, or you guys going to tend to certain things? It's entirely up to you. I am giving you some leeway here.
Adrian to sleep or meditate.
Okay. What is everybody else gonna do?
I'm gonna stay up for a bit, stay on watch.
Okay. Nail, what are you gonna do?
Nail's gonna go to sleep.
Okay. So, so you're gonna take a meditation, Adrian?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so as that's happening, uh, Layla,
Mm-hmm.
you hear. Well, actually, make a wisdom save for me. Ooh, okay. You hear something penetrate your psychic protection as you hear that same voice that happened a couple of nights that you were staying with the shack with the children, saying, "Interesting. You and your group managed to dispatch this obstacle. I am quite impressed by your fortitude, young one."
You again. Rude as ever.
You may
But
call
you-
me rude. I am simply doing my job as to discuss and talk with you.
Fine. What have you come to greet me with?
Simply to congratulate you and saying that my employer is within town now. They wish to speak to you when you have time, of course. You will receive your invitation. Preferably your Firhum friends will assist you in that endeavor since they already wish to make contact with this individual at a jeweler. They will know what I speak of. But for now, I suggest you rest and prepare because, well, you opened the door to a particular long and harsh road, my dear Layla, my dear, dear little one. You have opened a door and you cannot close it. Neither you or your sister. And the voice trails off as it stops and the psychic invasion stops. Nothing.
Hate being a pawn of someone else's plan, but I have no other lead.
So yeah, at this time, I would say, Adrian, your meditation finishes, and you see Layla still awake, sitting.
Still asleep, you mean, or?
After your meditation, you were in a trance.
Yeah.
So after your trance meditation, you wake up and you see Layla still awake.
Still awake.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said Charlotte. Sorry.
No, no, not Charlotte. Layla. I said Layla. Layla.
Yeah, I just got the names confused for some reason.
I know. It's okay.
They both end in la.
Yeah, that is true.
That's fair.
So yeah. So
Layla, you're good to go to rest. I'm done.
Thank you. I sleep pretty much. Resting the headache of this bastard coming rudely entering my mind.
Okay. So as you do that, everything goes quite smoothly. Adrian, during your trance and after your trance, you were having a conversation with your deity, and he was saying, I am most impressed with your skills, young warrior. You truly have evolved from your humble beginnings. I wish to bestow upon you a new power, a new gift. And, Adrian, I would say this would be the time when you could switch your, subclasses if you want. So after your trance,
Thank you,
you kind of like switched and became that thing you wanted to become.
A fallen warlock.
Yeah.
Thank you, Master.
Indeed, you have simply grown, but darkness is still on the horizon, and you must be prepared. And that's
I'll
all
try
he
to
says.
be as prepared as possible then.
Yeah, and that's all he says as he bids you farewell. Morning comes, and you all wake up, and you all see that Shala slowly wakes up, and she kind of like groans and like, oh, my head. What happened?
Well, for starters, you were kidnapped by a cult and nearly sacrificed to open a portal to another dimension. But luckily, we saved you.
It says, I thought we were past that. Oh.
No, apparently the guards who were guarding you were betrayed. We don't know by who yet.
It wasn't. I heard that I was being called by one of the priests, saying something that the head priest wanted to talk to me, and then screams, and then I was knocked out. That's all I remember.
Are you sure? Nothing else?
I am sure.
Very well. Just rest for now. We'll get you breakfast.
She nods as she kind of like lays back down, still with her head cover on and all of that. So, do you guys go to the dining room of the mansion?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want someone to stay with Shala, or are you all gonna go?
I will stay with Shala. The other two can go.
Okay. So,
Or Neil can leave his familiar here.
it is
Keep an eye on her.
it is up to you guys. I am not telling you what to do. It is up to you.
I would feel safer if one of us in person was here.
Okay.
I have not replaced my familiar, so I can't just leave it here.
Yeah, you need to I think resummon it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you could do that while you go either getting the food from the dining room, or if you decide to stay and keep an eye on Shala, it's entirely up to you. You could totally do that during that time.
It's not a fast thing to do. Find
Yeah, it
familiar
takes an hour to.
But like I said,
Yeah, it takes an. Yeah.
it's entirely up to you with what you guys want to do.
Just leave it for the moment.
Adrian, let's go get some a quick breakfast. Then.
Okay, so is someone staying with Shala, or?
Yeah, I
Layla
am.
said she.
Okay, so Layla will stay with Shala. Okay. while Nail and Adrian go to the dining room?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll
So
get you guys some breakfast.
so as you guys walk around, as soon as you open the door, you are greeted with two guards that are posted at the doors where you guys were sleeping, because the commander had foresight to do that just in case, and you are greeted with a servant who greets you and says, "Good day, masters. Please follow me. I will take you to the dining hall." And escorts you to the dining hall, and you see a very large buffet looking spread filled with fruits, breads, some meat, and everything. You see the children from yesterday that were in the house, his children. You see the eldest daughter and the two young sons sitting at the table. You see what appears to be an elf, a sun elf, drinking some tea and everything, and enjoying the breakfast. And you see the commander not wearing his armor, wearing his formal clothes, his like military clothes, at the table, and he kind of like gets up and says, "Ah, friends," and he gets up to greet you. "Welcome. I hope you had a good, pleasant, and safe rest."
We did. Thanks.
I
Thanks
could.
for your hospitality.
Yes. Seeing that you are not all here has me guessing that you had one of your party members stay to keep an eye on your friend.
Yes, indeed. Never can be too careful.
I see.
Especially when they're...
Still though, please take your time and enjoy the spread that I had my people prepare for you. Sorry, I'm a bit slow on my words today. It's been a very exhausting week. So yeah, so you see lots of different kinds of food. Do you want me to give you the top 3? Or you guys just want to look around? Because if you guys want to look around, just make an easy perception check.
Adrian, let's eat something simple.
Okay. So you see what appears to be fruits with some bread, with some small pieces of meat. The fruit seems to be familiar to you. You tasted similar fruit from Fairham, and you recognize it as the desert mango fruit from your home. And you are very ecstatic with that familiar taste, which reminds you of home.
How did you manage to get these desert mangoes? Adrian asks.
He kind of like turns, "You should ask my wife," as he points to the sun elf. The sun elf kind of like raises her head at you and says, in Elvish, "Good day, young sir. A pleasure."
Adrian responds back, good morning. And
Well,
he says in Elvish too.
Okay, so you say good morning in Elvish as well. Okay.
Yeah.
I managed to procure some of this fine fruit from some of the vessels that were doing some merchant work here. There is another port, of course, which was... What was it? I keep forgetting. Because I mostly get my wares from Ayton Port. I believe it was called... It was a small royal town ruled by another lord, Haven's Cove. There we go. Yes, we mostly get some of them there, but we had some trouble with some traveling fees over there.
Interesting. We just came from Haven's Cove, Adrian says.
Ah, I see. She kind of like she kind of looks at you and like, your accent is familiar. Is it? Hang on, let me get my notes because there's the different stuff for film. Give me a moment. Here we go. I believe. Yeah, here we go. Your accent is familiar. Could I presume that you are from Gierhund? Gierhund is the capital city of Firhum.
Yeah, Adrian will perform an insight check on her. See if she's like
What?
has any intentions on finding what her intentions are. Why she's asking these questions, just in case.
Okay, make an insight check.
13.
So what you could tell is she was just genuinely curious because she never met another Firhum in the city. She never met someone like you. Basically, she knew some who are from Firhum that were born on the island, but she never met someone who is from the continent, from the main continent, from the mainland. So basically, she's asking.
Yes, I was a soldier there.
Ah, I see. Well then, I welcome you to our home. And her kind of like look kind of trails off to Nail. And Nail, what are you doing while this conversation is happening?
Getting together some food.
Okay. She kind of looks at you and she is going to basically just look at you for a bit. I have a question, Nail. Are you wearing any of your robes that you wore during your time as a magic as a as a great
Magic student?
no as a because you worked on the council as a magic assistant. So are you wearing any of those?
No.
Like none of the symbols? Court magician, there we go, as a court magician. Oh my god. The word lost me there. So you're not wearing any of that, okay. Okay. So she kinda like eyes you and says, are you also from Giron as well? She's asking Nail.
Yes?
I have to say, I never thought that I would meet two individuals from the mainland. I have to say, I am quite pleased to see that the mainland is still doing very well despite my absence.
Are you a person of importance? I confirm.
Wait, say that again. You were breaking up, Adrian.
Were you a person of importance back in Firm? Adrian asks.
It says, I should. I was the former Magi Assembly leader.
So you know magics.
Indeed, I was in charge of all magic research there before I stepped down and let my apprentice took over.
How old is the commander? Or the guy? Is he the commander or lieutenant?
So, the guy the guy's house you're staying is the commander, the guy who is friends with the head priest of Apollo that was in on this whole plan and everything that gave you the support in doing the whole cleansing of the truth symbols and all of that, of the circle of truth and all of that, or zone of truth and everything on his men to weed out all of the corruption and everything. So you're in his house.
Okay. Yeah.
So what's the question you're asking?
How old is the commander?
Uh, I would say from roughly what you could see is he's probably in his mid 40s, maybe moving on to his early 50s. Like he's in between 40 and 50.
Okay.
And he is human.
He goes finish up his breakfast and gather some stuff that he thinks maybe Shala and Layla will like.
Okay. So you all leave, and I would say, Nail, you're going to do your whole performing of your summon familiar in the room, or
How long do we have before we need to go meet? Who knows? The Duchess.
so the commander says you have until lunchtime. She apparently has a meeting to attend to.
Okay.
And when is that?
Uh, you're not there, Layla. You're not there. You're not there. So you can't
Fair.
exactly ask that.
Okay, yeah, I guess I'll use that time to then resummon my familiar and then go to the candy sweet shop
Okay.
that I had the appointment with.
For the cake?
The cakes.
Cake,
Have them
since
deliver it to the manor.
to this manor or to the jeweler's shop?
Oh, to this manor. I mean, if she's gonna be coming here. Lunchtime. I assume she's coming. The Duchess is coming here.
No, she is going to the castle area in the lodge. She's going there.
Okay, then I'll have them deliver the sweets to the castle area for noon tea.
Okay.
Since we're gonna be going to that meeting, I assume.
Yep. So yeah, that's what you're gonna do while you go out, I guess, until the meeting. Because you need to go there and actually make the like the order.
Yes, finish the arrangements.
Yeah.
Arrangement we already made. The actual location to deliver.
Yep. So okay, so you go return to the room. You gave Layla and Shala the breakfast foods of the meats, fruits, and breads as well. Shala slowly eats it and everything, moving her face cloth just down a bit to eat.
Adrian will probably go out to town or at the town and ask if there's any if anybody needs any help with clearing up the rest of the undead or stuff like that.
So you're going to go to the Seven Hearts district, or
Yeah.
basically on your way there to see if any, because like he did say that some of the undead made their way to the main gate, but was stopped by the Duchess. So that's what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Are you going to take anyone with you, or are you going to go in alone?
I will mention to the party that's what he's doing.
You can go on ahead. Someone has to guard Layla. I mean, someone has to guard Shama. Because I can't trust anyone now.
Okay. Ish. Wondering how I can get back and how to get in contact with us. Do you have any spells that you can cast?
Oh. Okay. I'll go back to telepathic speech.
How far does telepathic speech go?
It's tech. I can connect with you if you're in 30 feet, and also stay connected with you up to a mile. Actually,
Okay,
no,
I guess do
it's
that now. And how long does it
charisma.
last for?
That's the big question. Hold on. It only lasts for a number of minutes equal to your sorcery level, so 6 minutes. It wouldn't
That's
be.
not very
Nope.
long.
Nope.
Um.
Just send a message.
Sure. Okay.
A good thing to probably invest in is a sending stone.
We're gonna find sending stone, but we'll keep a note, huh? I mean, we'll keep. We'll be on the lookout for it.
Yeah. So Adrian will leave, go to all the guards, ask if there's any more zombies or undead that need help being cleared out.
Are you asking the guards that are in the mansion, or?
You ask them first, I guess.
Okay. He says that they. Sorry, not he. They say that all they know is that most of the undead has been cleared up. There is a bit of some unrest in the districts that were afflicted by it, but nothing more than that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'll go. Then he'll go to the Seven Hearts district.
Okay. So you're gonna travel there. Okay. Uh, let me get something here for a moment. Um, so as you're going by, you hear some talk about something going on in the dock districts. In the dock district, something about what appears to be an apparition of a drowned sailor or so that's been going into taverns along the waterfront.
Mm.
It's like some of the patrons and the bar owners saying that this is causing some strife to their business and could use some help. And this is just some gossip and everything. So they're not telling you. This is just some random gossip you overhear as you're going around town, getting your way to the main gate and then heading to the Seven Hearts district.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah. So as you arrive, you see what appears to be carts that are filled with decayed and burnt crisp bones of dead being transported to a off-site location, and you see there are still some soldiers tending to some injured and giving some of the residents some medical attention. And
Yeah,
you
Adrian
see
isn't.
the lieutenant guy, which was the commander's second. You see that guy there basically commanding the troops, telling them what to do and everything. You see him doing that.
He will go over to the lieutenant. Is there? I am here to help if there's any what's the word? Lingering undead or stragglers.
Okay. So he turns to you and he says, "Most of them have been dealt with. However, there are some cult members, or I hear, that are still alive and are trying to flee. We have most of the exits of town covered, but if you could, I don't know, go investigate around some of the other districts, and if you come up with anything, dispatch them or contact us and notify us. That would be mostly helpful, sir."
Will do. I'll start looking for them now, and he will cast flock familiars at.
Okay. If I recall these familiars. So, how many flock familiars can you do? 3?
I have 4 up.
Okay, so give me a moment. Let me get these birds and move them to you, and I am going to give you command over them. So, me, you. Wrong one. That. Okay, there we go. So now these 4 familiars are yours to command, so you can place them wherever you want.
He will have them. One here. They're all of them are hawks.
What?
All of them will be hawks.
Hawks.
Yeah. And where was the
Apparition?
no the warehouse that they're in? The warehouse the cult was staying in.
That's the green one. It's the green one. It's the green one over here.
And then, if they weren't already in the town, they would have escaped already.
So my question, okay, for you right now is, so you sent your hawks to be, so you have one hawk with you, and you have one hawk that's at the dock district, one hawk that is near the section of the upper and east ward here, and you probably have one hawk that's near the rat burrow over there, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good
And
to know.
Will ask, are there any identifying features of these cultists?
They are not gonna be so blind as to wear things, but some of the bodies we examined have some symbols carved on their cheeks or on their hands of their symbols, and you recognize it as the cult of Ragnarok, as he explains it.
Okay.
Okay, and so you could see the hawks, right? You could see your hawks. You could see the hawks.
Yes.
So
I can see through their eyes and stuff.
yes. So basically, what I am putting on the hawks that you control, blue, since you're blue, and I put a hawk that's over here, where Nail is. That's purple, and that's the one he controls since he's dark purple. So
Okay.
you guys won't get mixed up with your hawks or your familiars, basically. If that's good.
Fine.
Okay.
So they all have +4 with advantage to perception.
Okay. So make your perception checks.
So 18 for one.
Okay.
19. Another 18. 22.
Wait, 20. Wait, what? Oh no! Oh, okay, no. Never mind. You instead of,
worries.
yeah, instead of doing like one at a time, you just did that and you just took it and added. Okay, good to know. Good to know. So say the numbers again. The results.
18,
Okay.
19, 18, and 22.
Okay. So they all rolled high, so that's good. So the hawk that's with you, so the hawks that's with you are making perception checks. So you see that there are not any cultists. You do see some wounded people and everything being treated. You see some people from the other districts came out to help them in the slums area. You then notice one of the children that you were with in that shack is there, and it's one of the younger ones. Let me recall. It was probably one of the younger female, the like toddler child one, the toddler female, basically is there, and she looks lost.
Adrian, how far away is she from Adrian?
What's the range of sight on these hawks?
Doesn't say.
Okay, then I would probably say maybe, since you're here, probably maybe around here is where
I think probably like a mile.
a mile. Okay, good to know. So like over here where there's the injured being treated and everything, basically like a MASH unit that's over here right now tending to the injured.
Okay, Adrian casts message. He'll send his hawk over to her, and he'll cast message to her.
Okay.
You seem to be lost.
Like the girl looked at the hawk and like she kind of like hid behind one of the boxes looking at it. And she kind of like just gives a slight nod.
This hawk will lead you back to the shack, Adrian says. All you have to do is follow it. The hawk will land on the ground and start hopping, basically in the direction to where the shack is.
The little girl follows and she kind of like speaks up. Are you Mr. Adrian?
Or does she respond in her head to the
No,
message?
no, she openly says that.
Oh wait, the hawk should hear her. Yeah. Yes, it's me, Adrian. I thought you'd recognize my voice.
I'm only saw you. I never spoke to you.
No worries, and just all you have to do is follow the hawk. He'll lead you back to the shack.
The little girl follows the hawk and she says, the two ladies are looking for you.
I'm a bit busy at the moment. There are still dangerous people about that I'm looking for.
That is why they are looking for you.
Okay, thanks for letting me know then. Adrian will send one of the hawks that's not the other hawks, one of them, to find have their names written down.
The June and Autumn, basically, to keep an
Yeah.
eye out for them.
Yep.
Okay. So as the hawk is guiding the little girl there and everything, so we'll say that they all wound up, and you could see that the kids that are living in the shack are all right. No harm had come to them, so they're safe.
Mm-hmm.
So as you are looking with the other hawks, so in the Dark District, as the rumors you read about, you heard people still talking about this apparition of a drowned sailor, saying that this guy only comes out at night and everything, and he's somehow asking for some woman by the name of Louise or something. I don't know, but he only comes out at night and goes through each inn or tavern in the district. It's very odd and very bad for business to some of the owners here.
Adrian will take note of that. Then he'll probably come. If he's not busy, he'll probably come around at night. Then.
Okay, so that's one. The other hawks are looking. You noticed. You noticed. What appears to be, a carriage going down the road. You see some of them going out to leave the city. You could tell that some are merchants. However, while one is crossing or getting ready to cross the gate, as your hawks are like perched and looking around, you could swear that in the back of the carriages, and these are hooded wagon carriages, you know, like with the covered over the wagon and all of that, the cover it from the rain or the sun.
Mm-hmm.
You could swear that something moved in the back of one of these carriages.
Does the carriage look nice, like it's royalty or noblewoman?
No, like I said, these seem to be merchant carriages.
Oh, merchant carriages.
Like coach, like carriages and everything, but they have the hooded cover thing. You know, like those old Western wagons. Some of them had those, so it's like that.
Who's driving the carriage right now?
You could see that it is a merchant. Judging by his facial expression, you could see that he is tense.
I'll have one of the owls basically pretend to get hit by their carriage or hawk.
So basically, you're gonna follow this carriage.
No, he'll have the owl or the hawk pretend to get hit by the. Actually, yeah, he'll follow it.
Okay, so because I don't know the range of your flock of familiars, basically, they're alive. Basically, they could. There's no time limit. They could basically be alive and go around and everything, right?
The time limit's an hour, but the range of it is unlimited.
Okay, so the hawk perches on it. Make a stealth check for your hawk.
Well, it won't perch on it. It'll just follow it from the sky.
Okay, we'll still make a stealth check to like see if it could avoid attention.
Okay, it's still just a hawk, but what is the stats? 1 second. +3 to dex. A 9.
A 9?
Yeah.
Okay. As your hawk is going, the shadow of it can be noticed. However, it's just being passed on that it's just a hawk flying about.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So that's one. So I'll get back to that later after an hour is up to tell you what that hawk learns. But basically, it leaves the city.
It will try to stop. It'll try to stop the. As it's leaving the city, he'll before it gets too far, it'll try to stop the shack or the carriage, and Adrian will go over.
Okay,
Basically.
so your hawk is trying to stop the carriage.
Mm-hmm.
How
follow it.
How would it stop the carriage?
It will pretend to get hit by it. Pretend to get hit by the carriage.
Would they even care? They hit a bird.
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, so your plan is to have your hawk hit the carriage.
Yeah.
Okay.
It will like fly into the side of it and then pretend to be injured. Yeah.
Okay. Flap, flap, flap. Boom! Gets hit by the carriage. The carriage slowly halts. The driver looks, but kind of like tenses up and like just looks behind and just continues to move the carriage. It's not stopping.
I'll get the hawk to. As this is happening, like how fast are these horses going?
They're going at regular speed, but because of the hawk, the guy is now like increasing speed, not a lot, but is like going at a faster pace because this guy is very tense right now.
I don't think you can just intercept him.
Yeah, because this guy, like basically as he's like, yeah, because basically if you were trying to get right here, he would probably be over here right about now.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna do, like, how many feet per like 6 seconds are they going?
Distance and speed. You're not gonna catch him.
Yeah, you're not gonna catch him.
You're too far away unless you can run 100.
No, I'm asking for my hawks. Like all of them.
I do not know. I don't know how fast your hawks can go.
It can go 60 feet per round.
The hawk will still be able to catch up, okay? But you won't be because like it's moving. So you're here. Okay, they're here.
You send 2 hawks at them, and
Okay.
basically,
Okay. Well, let me tell you what happened in the other hawk. Okay, because like I didn't know you were gonna be so invested in this because this guy could
Just in
just be a very like panicked person who just had trauma of being nearly devoured by a zombie or undead, but you want to invest in this, but okay.
just in case.
Just in case, I know, just in case. So, as I was saying, so the previous hawk, you look and you notice that, some, women are being basically encircling what appears to be a perfume stand, and you notice one of the girls is actually one of the sisters, the twin sisters you met, which is hang on, let me check, which is I believe is June. So you see June looking at one of the stands. Of perfume. So yeah, that's what she's found.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Adrian will send both those hawks then.
After the carriage. Okay,
Yeah.
so what is your plan to stop this carriage with your two hawks? What is your plan? Please describe it, because I am now wanting to figure out how you're gonna do this. You are investing time in this.
So what one hawk will do, the one hawk will pick up the fingers of the carriage driver
Okay.
to make him like let go of the reins, basically.
Okay.
Runaway carriage. Great start.
Yeah.
Actually, hang on. Let me get it.
Is the
Hang on. Let me get a token, and we'll say the token is the carriage. Okay. So.
how are the horses attached to the carriage?
Basically, there's this a wooden thing connecting them. It's basically how an actual carriage is built, dude.
I haven't seen a carriage in a long time, so I don't know what they look like.
Okay, look one up, and that is what a carriage would look like. With a horse drawn. Let me actually look up a picture for you.
Okay, so they're strapped in, basically.
Yes.
So what the owls will do? One will pick up the hands of the.
Basically, hang on. Okay, here we go. I found a perfect image for this. Okay, so this is going to go in game chat. So this is what the carriage looks like.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what it looks like.
So one owl will pick up the hands/fingers of the carriage driver, making him like let go of the reins, and the other will grab the reins and fly up, basically. So you can't grab the reins.
Okay, seeing of these amount of complexity, one, make I guess an attack roll for your hawks to attack the guy's fingers, and then makes a sleight of hand check to see if the other hawk can go and pick up the reins.
Okay, they +3 to both. Heck. So 16.
Okay, 16. This is for the attack, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You managed to attack it, managed to distract him. He's holding on one. He's using one hand to hold the reins as he's trying to shoot you as a hawk. So if you manage to roll
Second both
high,
hands.
no, okay. So, like you're doing that, and like he's. So what's that roll for?
That's to pick at the other hand, basically.
Okay, so,
14? Yeah, 14 for that one.
okay, so this guy's like he's not a fighter, but basically as soon as you pecking at the other hand, he's just going to switch hands and try to shoot you away with the other hand, basically. So I would say that if you roll because he's not going to let go of the reins, okay? He's not an idiot. This is not his first time driving a carriage or a cart and everything. So if you roll high enough for the sleight of hand for your other hawk to manage to wrest it from this man's grasp, I would say you would achieve it, but you have to roll high in your sleight of hand for your hawk.
12.
12. Okay, so as this guy is being shredded by this person, another hawk swoops in and tries to like do it, but and he's like going like, what the heck is going on with these hawks? And like he just stops the carriage and is basically trying to shoo these hawks away.
Yeah, that's when Adrian's running up, basically.
Okay, make an athletics check for me to see if you could try to rush up without losing your breath, because this is quite a distance. So make an athletics check.
Athletics. What did I get? 5.
Plus any bonuses with your...
Yeah, I rolled a 2.
Right. So total is...
Plus 3.
Okay,
yeah.
good to know. So you're like... So you're just Superman sprinting there. Midway, you like need to catch your breath. I will allow you to make another athletics check, but this time it's going to be with disadvantage since you kind of like ran out of breath midway.
Okay. 1 second. There we go. Natural 1.
Okay. I'm watching the thing you sent in game chat.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Cloudy with a chance of meatballs, policeman. Yeah.
Team, yeah.
Clarence, I think his name was, I don't know. Okay, so as you're running, you manage to get there. But as you do, you're like wheezing, like, and as the guy's about to ask you to like put up a finger, like saying, "Hold on," like, basically trying to catch your breath. This is the hardest you had ever run in your entire life, basically. So yeah, you're dehydrated right now. So So like,
he'll pour some water from his zone.
Okay, so you managed to gulp. Make a Constitution save for me, if you would.
No, you just pour it on his head, basically. You
okay.
start drinking from it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so either way, make a Constitution. Not a save. Make a Constitution roll. Okay, 7. You managed to catch your breath a little. So you're not heavily like exhausted. You're a bit exhausted, but not heavily. So you're caught up to this guy, and everything. This guy's like very confused of what the heck is going on. The hawks stop bothering him and everything, and are just perched up on top of the wagon. What are you gonna do?
I'd like to check your wagon, Adrian says. As you've heard, there has been cultists around town, and just as a precaution, I'd like to check your wagon.
Roll. Okay, so, my question is, are you persuading him? Are you intimidating him? Like, what is your game plan? You caught up to him, so what's your plan?
Persuasion.
Persuasion? Okay, make a persuasion roll.
15.
Okay. 15. The guy kind of like eyes you, kind of like looks around and everything, kind of like looks behind, and like he just, he says, "Are you part of the guard?" Because I need to see some ID. I mean, I can't just like allow anyone to like look, because all I know is you could be a bandit for all I know, and I rather you don't check my wares. I mean, I do have rights, and like my rights say that I can't exactly allow you to just inspect my wagon out of the blue.
I'm an adventurer.
Okay.
Works for the guards.
Are you here on quest for the guards to inspect? Do you have like some form of ID to say that you are working with them? Because like all I know is you could be lying.
He'll show him the letter recommendation from the Lord of Haven's Cove.
So he looks and like, oh, so you're on the payroll of the Lord of of Haven's Cove. You actually
Sure.
don't have any jurisdiction here, so technically this does not apply.
I do what the guards. I work for the guards, and just as a favor, basically. There was no written documents for this. But as you can see, I'm a trustworthy person. He shows the documents basically, because they don't do IDs back in these days.
I know, but like they have like at least symbols or crests, or not crests, but metallic or iron symbols saying that, oh hey, I am with the Legion of this and like all of that. So.
Mm.
So I'm just saying, because like this is how like at least this is happening, but yeah, so the guy is still like not wanting to allow you to inspect his wagon. So
If you're not gonna let me inspect your wagon, I'm gonna have to call for the guards. Adrian says.
all of this because you think I might be like traveling and escorting some freaking like criminals and everything. I'm not escorting any criminals or hiding any criminals. I'm just freaking trying to do my job here and all of that.
And then if you are, then you're gonna let me see inside your cart then.
And I need to see some freaking permission to like allow you to, because I'm working for the guild, you see.
Now listen here. Yesterday, I killed 2 liches, base. You don't want to cross the guards and the adventurers.
Are you rolling intimidation?
Sure. 26.
This guy kind of like chokes up and like uh uh he kind of like steps down. He steps down from his carriage, puts his hands up, and like, look, I was just paid to freaking transport these things, okay? And like he kind of like goes behind the cart and everything, and shows you what appears to be crates, cages of animals, chickens, pigs, and all of that. Look, I was just here to freaking transport these things to Haven's Cove, okay? I was just here to transport these things, okay? I don't know anything about any cultists or anything, okay, man? I'm just trying to do my job, trying to feed the family here. Like I don't know what prompted you to think that, like, hey, I was doing something illegal. Like is transporting animals like in a cart illegal or something? Am I not using the proper payments? I don't know, man. I'm just doing my job here.
We have to check every and all carriages for stowaways in case the cultists try to escape.
Well, the guards, the guards already checked beforehand, before I left and everything, and the only reason I was like, I guess from my demeanor, panicked and worried was because, you know, like, heck, I don't want to get attacked for simply just doing my merchant job, and like you coming up here and all of that, like I don't know if I could trust you or anything, because like I said, you could have been a criminal for all I've known. So like I hope I didn't offend you in any type of way, sir.
Now, out of character, why didn't you tell me that the guards checked? Because the Hawks were following him before the gates.
Like I said, this happened before the gates.
Yes, before the gates means...
No. What I'm saying is the guards, like, already checked his cargo at his place. Like I said, the guards were also checking the exits, but guards were also doing patrols. So the guards must have came up across the carriage and everything and asked to inspect it. They inspected it, they didn't find anything, and, like, the guards were there, and, like, they permitted him to, like, exit.
Oh, why didn't you tell me that?
You never asked.
No, because you're supposed to tell me because the Hawks are fine.
No, because like I said, the Hawks was there, and you just noticed it as it traveled down the street. Okay? So, this thing was probably within the trade district, okay, then made its way all the way there, and he probably had papers and everything telling him what the cargo was.
Yes, but you're supposed to check at the gates, not before he leaves, because he can always pick something up on the way out.
Well, all he does is he just like shows them the papers with the seal and everything as you inspect, and the seal says that, hey, they are, you know, required to inspect, because like I said, the guards did inspect the cargo, okay? Like, there was a guard there, okay? But he just like gave like the okay for the driver to go.
In character this time. Well, the guards did a poor job at checking your cart at the gates. You could have picked somebody up after they checked your cart before the gates. Agent says to the merchant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for not killing me. And he kind of like
leaves to go back into town.
Yeah, and the cart guy is just like now zooming because he is wanting to get out of here quickly. So you go back into town. Okay. So you're in town. What's your plan?
Go find Shell or the autumn at the
June.
perfume
June.
or June.
Yes, it was June, the blonde hair. Okay, so as that is happening, I'm gonna switch gears over to Nail and Layla. So, what are you guys doing?
So a question. The mind blur, did it said I had to come alone or
It said that, hey, you're going to be meeting with someone because my employer, and apparently this employer had a meeting and everything with your party and everything that a jeweler orchestrated. So
Do I know what-
Adrian and Nail will probably know about this if you ask them. Nail, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Good to know. Just asking. So yeah, Layla, you could tell Nail what this individual told you, or you could keep it to yourself and say, "Oh, hey, I want to go to a jeweler or something." It's entirely up to you. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you your options.
Okay, I just want to remember that. And is the woman they met at the during breakfast, she the captain's wife? Or
Yes, it was the
is she
captain's
still
wife.
there? Is she still here?
Uh, yes, like she's not in the dining hall. She finished the breakfast and is currently with the children, teaching them about magic and everything. So she's doing that.
I guess I'll leave her alone. Either way, I go. How is Shala doing? Is she doing better, or is she still knocked out?
So hang on. Hello?
Yes.
Okay, I was hearing some static on my end. Sorry, I was hearing some static. So yeah, make well, since she had time to rest and eat, she is visibly doing better. But if you want to make a medicine check to like search for any other injuries that I think Nail or Adrian missed, it's entirely up to you.
All right. She seems fine.
Yeah. To you, she looks fine. She looks okay. So, nothing to worry about.
I go to Nail. And I ask, may I ask you a favor?
Sure.
Once Shala is finally feeling better and we dealt with whoever ratted out Shala's location and killed the guard, I require assistance at the jeweler. The jewelry? Was
The-
it the jewelry?
Said at a jeweler. You do not know which jeweler, but you said a jeweler. But
jeweler,
but yeah, if so, like so you don't exactly know, but if you ask them, if you ask Nail if they know any jewelers, you could totally do that.
Okay, rewind that conversation because I thought we already met the jeweler.
No, you did not meet this person. No, Nail and Adrian have met this person, but you did not.
Well, then retract the entire conversation because now I have to figure out random jeweler in random place.
Because
could be a number.
because Nail and Adrian, out of character, encountered a small warehouse which held some like magic items like a carriage and a javelin of lightning and everything. So yeah, and the basically bracelet of elements, and that was in episode 19. You were not there for episode 19.
Nope.
So yeah. So you
So
were
we
not.
just have to ask her for a good jeweler.
Yeah.
Because I can't say this jeweler, because there could be hundreds of jewelers in this town.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay, ask her that question. Nail,
Yeah.
you know any good jewelers in town?
I know of a jeweler in town.
That would really. Where can I find them?
Off the main square.
All right. Anything you can tell me about them?
They're acquainted with the Duchess, and we have a business arrangement.
Oh, must be fancy then. Thank you. Above game, before. Are we already set up to meet the jeweler? Yeah, through the other characters. Are they doing something where we're gonna coincidentally meet the jeweler anyway?
That is entirely. They could like share that information. That is up to them. But yeah, and I think I didn't actually give a name for the jewelry shop. Yeah, I didn't give a name for the jewelry shop. Oh boy, I am a bad GM. I am a bad GM. I don't have a name for a jewelry shop. Okay, let me look one up.
Sorry. I couldn't hear anything for some reason.
Okay. So the jewelry shop is called the Diamond Aurora. So let me put that in. Diamond Aurora in Trade District of Ayton Port. So yeah. So that's the jewelry shop that you guys are having that meeting in. I knew I forgot something. But yeah. So yeah, and it's actually, I will put a mark there. Oops, wrong one. That's not what I wanted. I wanted. I wanted to draw a shape. So yeah, that square, that teal square is the jewelry shop.
Right.
So yeah, it's the Diamond Aurora Jewelry Store, Trade District of Ayton Port, and you have uh, a business meeting or so with the jeweler, which was a female elf, and this elf made arrangements for you and the Duchess to meet because Nail and Adrian found some stuff that belonged to her and could return it to her for a good price.
All right then.
So yeah.
I'll put that on hold to meet up with them. Actually, there's nothing I could do that's safe at the moment due to our current situation. Well, where was the library again?
I said the library was right around here.
Yes. I think I'm going to check out a few books.
Okay, so you're gonna go check the library out. Okay. So what are you wanting to check out at the library?
I asked the question, is there a way to tell what bloodline tieflings are from?
Bloodline?
Not bloodline, what's it called? What is it called?
I could come back to you if you want.
Yes, just come back to me.
Okay. So, Nail, you heard this conversation, from Layla about looking for a good jeweler, and you recommended the Diamond Aurora, jeweler. I would say at this time you already summoned your familiar, which is right with you. Just scratch that off the list. Is there anything specific that you want to do?
I'd go to the
What?
bakery shop.
Right, you wanted to go to the bakery.
The Jules Wonderful Sweets to set up the exact appointment time for the catering.
Yeah, Madame Jules Wonderful Sweets. So you want to do that. Okay. So, bakery is going to be somewhere around here. Are you going to leave Shala, or are you going to take Shala with you?
Might as well take Shala with me.
Okay, so Shala will follow you to the bakery and all of that. So yeah. So you see there's like people talking, gossiping about the whole events that transpired yesterday. You enter the shop and you see Madame Jules like look at you and like, my favorite, most passionate customer for sweets. Welcome, welcome. Are you here about your order?
Yes.
Well, everything is ready and everything is cooled off in the storeroom. So please tell me, where do you want this?
Castle.
You want this in the lodge? You want this in the lodge castle district? Ooh.
Yes.
I would need written permission to deliver this, with everything being so strict now at recent events.
Okay. I'll have to go to the Give me a minute. I'll have to walk down the street to the guards to get you permission.
Out of character, you could even ask your newly found friend who allowed you to stay in to grant you a slip of permission.
Sure, I'll ask the commander then.
Save you the trouble. He gives you a written document saying that this person has permission to enter the castle. And he also hands that to you, so you and your friends would also have that.
I figured we'd be going with him, but yeah.
Just in case, like, you guys get separated or you guys can't exactly join with him. Like, he's going to be there with you, but, like, in case, certain things, he like to meet at the gate or something, and, like, it's protocol.
Okay. So I'll return back, hand her the permission slip.
And says, "Thank you. With this, I will hand deliver all the sweets and cakes and teas that you wish to have."
Okay.
Is there anything else, darling?
What time is it in the world at the moment?
Say that again.
What time is it?
The time, I would say, kind of like mid-morning, I would say.
Oh, does anything look interesting you want to try?
You're talking to Shala?
Yes.
She kind of looks around, she sees the different pastries, and she kind of like eyes one pastry, and it's it's actually a Firhum delicacy from Girund, and it's basically a kind of like an ice pop, if you would, but it's shaped that in a an emerald, which is called Emerald Pops.
I'll get her one of those. It's early enough.
Yeah, and it's going to cost like 5 silver.
I apologize if you hear fireworks.
It's okay.
It's 2nd of July. You're going to
I
be hearing
know.
fireworks forever.
I know it's gonna be worse on the actual day.
Okay. Guess we'll return to the manor.
Okay. And you see that Shala actually is enjoying the Emerald Pop. And you could tell, not from her facial features, but you could tell she is happy by her eyes, basically. You could tell that she is kind of happy. So yeah. So she enjoys it, and you guys are gonna stay in the mansion for the time being?
Yes.
Okay. Getting the train rolling on. Layla, did you figure out what you wanted to look up?
A book on demonology and a book about gods, specifically ones dealing with undead ones.
Okay. So you asked the library clerk person to look for if there's anything on that. They ponder and says, check the dark section, which is in the bottom left-hand corner of the library.
Is it always at the bottom? Okay, thank you very much. Walks all the way to the dark corner of the library nobody goes into.
Yes. As you kind of look, you see like this like dark medieval Gothic chandelier with like very well ill-kept candles that are barely lighting the place, everything is so dusty, it's like unbearable. And as soon as you kind of like start walking down some of the ways to look for the books that you want, you could have swore that you felt something touch your foot, and that's it.
Probably was a rat.
Probably, you don't know.
Continue.
So yeah, as you are looking, you managed to find the section that relates to this. Make a, I would say, make a perception check to look for the books that you want. 14. Okay, you managed to find the books that you need, and it's
Alright.
yeah, and to actually look stuff up is going to be a history check within the books.
Alright then. First one, demonology.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for something that sounds familiar to the demon mother they mentioned. If it
Okay.
even was a demon.
Okay. 20. Are you gonna roll for the other one, or?
Yes, I'll roll for the other one.
15. 15. Okay. Okay. So, with the help of your well, not 20, but your check on the demonology, you look up what appears to be information regarding something called the Mother, and you look through it, and it talks about someone by the name of Mother, in the sense that this person is basically the one who brought forth the demons, basically someone who gave birth to them, and said that she waged a war against the gods, old gods, for she hated them for how they treated her kin. And she apparently gave birth to champions to help wage war upon her enemies, but was sealed away, and her champions and her children were never seen ever again. And she tries for a way to break her seals and to come forth to wage her war. But as you're looking through the books, it then mentions that this was all translated from an ancient tome that was around 1,000 years old.
Did it mention the name of this tome?
It said something about the Isle of Spirits and the demonic war.
I'll make a note of that. Demonic war. What does the necromancy book have?
So as you look over the so it's necromancy?
I mean, I meant gods of the undead.
Gods of the Undead. Okay, so with the 15, I could actually look up some of the gods of the undead, because again, we are using natural history, so I could look that up in my handbook for a moment.
Okay.
So I believe it's going to be in Dungeon Master's Guide, I'm thinking. So give me a moment to find it. Random dungeons, no. What I need, gods. Give me a moment. Let me look through the appendix. Where is it? Is it even in this, or is it in the player's handbook? I'm thinking in the player's handbook. Let me check.
fair enough
Okay,
if we...
yeah, Player's Handbook. Gods of the Multiverse, here we go. Fantasy Historical. Okay, so the book on this, so there are different, sections. So there's one for, Yaren and Firham, so Egyptian and Greek. So, if you make another perception roll, you could see if you could find another book that deals on this, for the different, religion. But if you don't, then you have to pick which one you want to focus on, Egyptian or Greek.
Let's look into the Egyptian one.
Okay. So gods of death. The only one you could hear of is Anubis and Set and Nephis. Those are the gods of death that you recognize. And as you could tell, there is, only some gods would do this. And one of them is Set. And Set has his rivalry with, I think it was, I can't remember, but I'm thinking it was Osiris. Yes, I'm thinking Osiris. So Set has his like war with Osiris, so he would probably like unleash his like undead legions against it, as you could tell, but not much is written on that.
I mean, that has been with Osiris and his son Horus.
Yes, son Horus.
Pretty weird shenanigans in Egyptian mythology.
Yeah, so basically, as you go through that, you could recognize that. You could recognize that maybe Set could have had a hand in this, but the cult that was doing this called themselves the Cult of Ragnarok.
Just cover my bases.
Yeah.
I will make an investigation to see if I find a book about that war, the demon.
The demonic war? Sure. Make an investigation check. 12. Okay. As you are looking through some of the books, you manage to find a book that refers to wars about demons and everything. As you get it and try to sift through it, you notice that most of the pages of this book was ripped out. There's only a couple of pages, but most you could discern that this war happened about 1,000 years ago, like it ended 1,000 years ago, and that it was waged for over a millennia ago. And the one that was leading it was the Mother of Demons. Mother, that's all you get. And apparently, the gods of all the realms united to try to stop the expansion of Mother and her demonic armies. So that's what you find out.
I guess one more try. Could I find something about her champions?
In the book, or in the book about the demonic war, or in the book about the demonology?
Let's go back to demonology.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Looks like I couldn't find anything.
No.
Alright.
She had multiple children's that could have been her champions. You don't probably recognize any of them. However, what you can tell is that her champions are chosen and could have symbols and you try to look at the symbol, but it's heavily degraded, like it's unreadable.
I question whether that necromancer meant child as in just general, as in she's the mother of all demons, or did he mean it more directly? But either way, I think that's enough time in the library. Time to return.
Okay.
With the rest of the group.
Okay, so you're gonna head back to the manor?
Yes.
Okay, you head back to the manor. So yeah. Make sure you keep track of these notes.
Alright then.
Sorry, give me a moment. So yeah, sorry. Give me a moment. I'm just keeping notes right now. Sorry if it's taking a while. So yeah. Okay, you return. So Nail and Layla finished. Adrian. So what's your plan? So, are you going to go to the docks to investigate further about this apparition, or are you going to go look for June?
He's gonna go look for June first.
Okay.
So he's gonna go.
Okay, give me a moment to look something up. Hoping I could spell it correctly. There we go. Okay, there we go. So yeah. So so you went to the same perfume store thing, and you see that women are like looking over, and as you see the sign saying new scent will have men drawing towards you in seconds, basically, is what the sign is saying. Like, this new perfume is supposed to attract men, apparently. So you kind of like see June kind of like off the side and everything of this, area, and she can like starts to spritz herself with it. She does not notice you yet.
Okay, he'll walk up and say, "Good afternoon. Is it so? It's noon right now, probably."
It is getting close to noon.
Good morning, then. I've heard that you and your sister were looking for me.
So as soon as you said good morning, she kind of like and like jokes a bit as she turns to see you and like, oh, Yes. Well, you see, as we yes, we were looking for you because we wanted to tell you that apparently, when we were basically staying with Shala, your friend, she was called to go see someone, but didn't come back, and we noticed that she was being dragged by some priests of Apollo.
Is that all?
Uh, uh yeah, kinda, and you could tell she's kind of like fidgeting with her fingers, and I also wanted to ask what you're gonna probably be doing later tonight.
I am. I have a meeting with the Duchess of this town to talk about the future.
As a,
We
oh,
have stuff to return to her.
oh, uh, okay. What about next day? What about tomorrow night?
I do not have any plans for tomorrow night, but we can see.
It says,
Unfortunately, I've been quite busy with trying to protect people.
this. Oh, then, if you want, I could accompany you as you go on your patrol to protect people. She kind of like rubs her head a bit.
Sure, I plan to investigate all this dead sailor, this ghost of a sailorman in the docks area.
Oh, sounds interesting.
Mm, is that everything you need of me? He asks.
Yes, that's all.
I bid you farewell then.
Yes, see you later.
Adrian will then walk away, and on the way over to the docks,
Okay.
how long does that take him?
Let's see. For you to get there, um, maybe about from here to there. Give me a moment. I would say maybe a good 30 minutes or so by walk, by foot, maybe.
Okay. Sounds good. He will get to the docks, and he'll start searching for people that know of that have been gossiping about this ghost.
Okay. So you're gonna be So you're gonna inquire people about this ghost. So make an investigation check to see what you can find out.
Investigation.
Yeah, you wanted to inspect more about, like, ask people about this ghost, so it's an investigation.
Okay.
It's not nighttime.
17.
17. Okay, with that investigation, you managed to learn about about this ghost further, that this apparition was basically at sea traveling until he fell overboard and drowned in the open sea. And now this apparition is haunting the dock district, basically looking for someone, apparently. But not much is known. And it's causing some strife for the workers because they can't get work done because this individual is basically causing some strife. It's causing some problems for them.
You asking what this ghost looks like?
This is the ghost is a human man, and he is this ghost is a human man with a beard, and is covered in seawater and seaweed and what appears to be coal.
Oral, okay. Where was he? Yeah, ask it, like, where was he last spotted?
Let me get my thing. Because I think I did specify certain things. This person was found in the Salty Sea Dog Tavern, which is located right near the docks, like kind of like right there.
Okay, he will go over to that area then.
Okay.
Go check it out.
You do that.
Would Adrian have passed by the party on his way there, since that'd be like a shortest walk there?
Well, I mean, you kind of like I did say that the house was located somewhere in that cluster. Okay. But if you wanted to go over there, tell them, hey, I'm heading to the docks and everything, you could totally have done that.
Okay, you just ask, like, what have they been up to?
Okay.
Forgot to mention this. Can I check out the books?
Yeah, you could totally check out the books.
Okay. I just wanted to keep it for another research, but for now.
Yeah. It is though gonna like you have to return it, like, say within 7 days, basically. You have to return it within a week.
That's fine. Well, I had to do some personal research. Is that did Adrian ask what I've been doing, or
I think Adrian sent over his hawks.
Oh, that's what he did. He
I think, right? You sent over your hawks?
Do what?
Adrian, did you send over your hawks?
To do what?
I asked you, Adrian, did you send over one of your hawks to the group to tell them what you're up to and to ask them what they are up to?
No, he'd go himself, basically.
Okay. So
his hawks are gone now, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
It's been more than an hour since he last casted it, I'm pretty sure.
Good to know.
I was doing research on something the cultists had mentioned when I had a brief chat with them. They mention a mother god So I looked into it. Showed him the book of the demonology one.
Okay.
It seems this mother will know if the only name this book gives for her. Seems to be the mother of all demons, and had waged at one time a war against the gods themselves. And the along with her children, her champion.
Champions.
Yes, champions. I did say champions.
Sorry, I didn't hear that part. Sorry.
It seems you may have bested a weak champion. Just knowing how these things go. But either way, it is an interesting alliance that this mother and Gurmengonder probably have made.
Well, then we best prepare to stop them if they do eventually come.
What have you been doing so far?
I've been investigating the town. If there's any struggling undead or cultist, I've heard that there was a ghost by the docks that has been bothering people. So I'm going to go check that out. When we are done with our chat with the Duchess, I wish to forge a new blade.
A new one? Didn't you just finish one?
No, he hasn't started yet.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
He was doing the research for it. He just needs to find the materials for it.
I see. I think I'm starting to remember. Okay. Very well. Is there anything else you wish to tell us?
Nope, that is all.
All right then.
Also, June wishes to accompany us to do investigating.
No, she wanted to accompany you while you investigate the apparition of the drowned sailor.
Yes, I know that, but Adrian doesn't.
Fucking oblivious as always.
Okay.
He's been a sheltered noble who became equally sheltered, or who became the hardened soldier.
Classic anime harem protagonist.
Yes. Thank you for actually making that. I kind of want to use that now. Kind of toy with you now. Great.
He wishes to go with investigating with you.
He said us.
Us. All right then. Tell me when. Or wait, do you mean right now?
No, probably at night, but I don't know how long our meeting with the Duchess will take.
Very well. Alert me when you have this. When you and what's it? June. You and June. We'll go ghost hunting. For now, good luck.
He nods, and then he'll go over the docks and do what he was planning, or what we talked about already.
Yeah, basically about this, so yeah. And it is almost noon for the meeting to happen. So this kind of like... So... Your whole investigation would take up the time until you got to the,
Be back in a few minutes. You have to walk the dog.
You need to... Wait, he needs to go walk his dog?
I'll be back in 5. No, I'll be back in In a minute.
Okay. Do you guys want to take maybe a 10, maybe 15-minute break to get some water, to go for a washroom break?
Yeah, that would be
Good.
good.
I did that stuff before session. That's why I was late. I had to eat dinner.
Or does anyone else want to do that?
And sure. Somebody
Okay.
has to be gone. We might as well take a break.
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
be back.
Okay. That's good. Just wanted to ask, so I'll just put some music on.
Yes, Adrian is a sheltered noble, and
Yeah. So
he didn't get much.
I'll be back in 15 minutes.
Okay. I'll be doing stuff.
Copy that. Hello.
Hi.
Alright, everybody's back? Okay, that's good. So, we left off where Adrian found some information. Layla got what she wanted, which was information. Nail got what he wanted. And you guys are now gonna head to the meeting now. Okay. So you guys head for the meeting. The guards ask for the information to access the entrance. The Commander Hill, by the way, is his name, Commander Hill. Escorts you all there as his, like +1s if you want. And he also give you the proper things like the documentation to allow access. You guys are inside this. It's like a parliament building, if you would. It's like a parliament building. So.
Okay.
So yeah. So it's where all like the governmental stuff is decided and all of that, and you all head to this big room, which is kind of like a big meeting room, where you have the nobles of 18 ports, and the region. Some of the representatives are here of this region that is ruled by the Duchess Alexandria. And you all sit and wait and everything, and you hear someone speak. Attention! This discussion of the recent events, which will be known as Rising of the Dead, will now come to fruition. Hearing this is the Duchess of Alexandria. Duchess Alexandria, as she will be hearing and giving her comments, and she wishes to be well informed of everything that occurred and the events leading up to this massive battle. And I will be putting in the game chat. Give me a moment. I'll be putting in the game chat the pick for the Duchess, if I could find it. Oh, here we go. So you see this pale complexion woman in a black dress with dark walnut hair, descend the steps and kind of like enter kind of like the where a judge would sit. She sits there as she is accompanied by knights that are in dark metal with her symbol and crest on them. And you could see that one of the knights has like a red feather on it, signifying that it is the kind of like the commander of the escort, and kind of like stands near her. And she stands and she gives a and she says in a soft voice, saying, "Let us proceed with the hearings, and let us hear the information that we acquired." And the announcer says, "The following events was discovered by a group of adventurers while they were doing a job, and they hereby made a request to speak with the Temple of Apollo, for the Temple of Apollo requested their assistance in discovering this, and once they had found information, they sent that information back to the head priest of Apollo, madam, and then the commander of the regiment, Commander Hill, was then notified, and then a plan came together with the evidence that they found. I will have Commander Hill now give his statement, and Commander Hill kind of like steps up and kind of like attends to the podium and says, "What we uncovered was very disastrous, potentially dangerous for our island and perhaps the mainland. We were only fortunate to delay it, and I say delay, for I believe this may not be the end of this cult. But we managed to recover some items and the bodies of these cultists and made sure they cannot be used any further. Any artifacts are to be locked and destroyed and researched. I will send them to the Research Institute at Firham and here in Kiron to be overseen by the Magi Assembly. I will now give the statements over to the adventurers of their own statements of accounts that happened during that day and the days leading to this." And he kind of steps down and kind of like sits down, and the announcer says, "Would Adrian please step forward?"
Adrian will step forward.
It says, "Mr. Adrian, you were..."
You basically do like a soldier kind of stomp kind of thing as he's going up.
Okay. Sir...
Salute.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of that type of salute. Yeah, it's a type of salute. So, Sir Adrian, you were tasked by the head priest of the Temple of Apollo to investigate a type of cultish or type of dark religion that was happening in the Seven Hearts district. Is this true?
Yes, it is.
May we inquire how you came up across this request from this head priest?
We happened to discover the cultists and follow them to a warehouse where the ritual was supposed to be taking. And then we notified the head priest as soon as we heard about this.
And as soon as that information was given, the head priest then said to inform his good friend Commander Hill of the situation. Is this also correct?
Yes, it is.
And once the time was come to deal with the situation, you and your party members came up with a plan to rout out any of the supposed corrupted or influenced individuals of the cult that was within our own ranks. Is this also correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Good. And he gestures, and some guards come in with a kind of like a priest of Apollo, not the head priest, but like a servant of Apollo, and is brought down and knelt down. And furthermore, we discovered that how these people are identified is by a marking on their skin, and the guy is forcibly shown on his arm the symbol. And once we had this information, we were able to find them and then interrogate them using their techniques of the zone of truth. And once found out, we then found out that they had multiple people and investments within our own port, which we then culled. Take him away. And takes the guy away and like, you will all die under the heel. And as he says, as he's forced out. Now, Sir Adrian, can you please tell everyone here what you discovered once you found the ritual site, once it was active?
We found a couple of liches. We killed them. And then they were trying to open a portal to what seemed to be another world to summon a demonic being.
You then hear the Duchess speak up. Did you get a good look at these liches?
Did we?
Make a wisdom check to see what you recall of these liches.
What is that? 14.
Okay, you recall that some of these liches were wearing what appeared to be old robes with an old symbol, and you vaguely remember the symbol. And it was a symbol of a skull being pierced by a sword that had what appeared to be spikes on the skull.
It was pierced. They were wearing tattered robes that had the emblem of a pierced skull with spikes.
The Duchess lays back and strokes her chin. Thank you. You may step down.
Adrian will then go back to his seat.
And now the announcer asks, would Mr. Nail please step forward?
Nail steps forward and bows slightly.
Okay. The announcer then asks, Mr. Nail, you were then informed of the job by Sir Adrian about this situation. Is this correct?
Not quite. I informed Adrian about the job.
I
I
see.
was the one originally contacted by the of Apollo.
I see. Then our information was mixed up, apparently. As the announcer looks at his clerk and, does the whole, tight collar thing, ew. Regardless, you were informed of this by the Apollo, and you then notified your party members about the situation.
Correct.
Can you contest to everything that what Sir Adrian said about the events leading up to the day in question is true?
Correct.
And can you say, with your knowledge of magic, that the ritual would have happened if you did not intervene?
Definitely.
Do you have anything else to comment on the ritual or any other things that you have encountered during this investigation that is magic related?
The cultists may or may not be interested in a certain contaminative crystal that has recently appeared on the island.
Can you describe and name this crystal?
It is the contamination that has appeared in
The region of Haven's Cove.
the region of Haven's Cove. Malachite crystal.
Yes, the Mazurite crystal. We were informed, the Duchess was informed of this once this came to eyes in Kiron. And can you say without a doubt that you could recognize this corruption if you were to encounter it again?
Yes.
He then gulps as he looks at the Duchess, and the Duchess just gives a cold nod. And he backs away, and he gestures for his hands, and a box is rolled into the room with guards. And the guard kind of like kicked it. The guard kind of like slowly opens the lid and backs away as nothing happens. He kind of like grips his sword. And he then just, as after a few minutes pass with nothing happening, he just kicks the crate down, and as it soon happens, something immediately comes crawling out, rushing, and like, and is rushing towards you, Nail. It's going to try to attack you.
I'm assuming it's chained to the box.
Yes, what is your AC?
11.
11. So it tries to, and like, it's chained. You can see it with what appears to be nails with chains in its arms and body as it like, and you can see it's a deranged human that is basically darkened skinned with purple veins and green eyes and everything, with black ichor like fluids dripping from its mouth, so like these creatures were discovered once we investigated the area you once investigated to find a research party that was lost in Haven's Cove. These creatures soon multiplied, but we then found out that these creatures were brought back from the dead. Preferably maybe from the magic of these liches that you killed, or by the crystal itself. The reason behind it is still being researched, but you can verify that this is the same type of corruption you encountered, correct?
Correct.
Good. And you could see that some guards just come up and like basically just cut it down and put it down, as it then like is placed back in the box and hauled away. You may step down, sir.
I go back to my seat.
Then the announcer pauses. Would Miss Layla please step forward?
I do.
According to our information, you were recently indoctrinated into this group of adventurers. Is this correct, madam?
Yes.
Could we ask how you met these adventurers?
We met at the shack outside. What was it? What was the district called again?
I didn't give the shack a name.
What district was it in?
So
Shadow Wall. District 7, Shadow Wall.
Shadow Wall, yeah. the
I
Shadow
do
Wall
believe
district.
yeah, Shadow Wall. Would you, or like, I don't remember when you were introduced, but yeah, something like that. So yeah,
After they found the place.
I see. Could we ask what your relation is with the party, seeing that you are new to them?
Recently hired to be part of their little group.
I
Thought it'd be fun.
I see. And according to your abilities that some eyewitnesses stated, you had strange magics emanating from around you, and were somehow unfazed or unaffected by some of the magical abilities of the undead that were being faced. Do you have anything to comment on this?
They'll have to be very specific. They seem to be very vague.
He kind of like flips the pages. You were seen entering a restaurant, and ordering something. But then something peculiar happened around the restaurant as one of the waiters were somehow being troubled by some unseen happenings.
I don't know what they put in the soup that make them see things.
Could we ask, by your opinion, your capabilities and your magical talents?
I am a sorcerer.
Could we ask what type of magic are you most fluent in?
And I'm
Are you saying something or?
sorry, I was looking.
Okay,
Divination?
I see.
Go on,
Divination. Could you ascertain that you are probably the best amongst your party members at this particular magic?
Yes.
I see. Do you have any connections to a supposed research that occurred during Philom's research in what we would classify as a superior being?
Superior being?
Yes, a super being or a
Are you investigators now stuck in the tabloids?
You could see that the announcer is kind of like choked up and very nervous.
What's next? Have I seen invaders? Well, no, we technically did, but what's next? Random ghost stories, ancient invaders from another world that is not demons. Obviously, they exist. What else? What other silly questions do you have for me?
The Duchess then raises her hand to the announcer and says, "That is enough. We were just to ask about their individualities, their talents, and how they came to this situation. We could ask about this at a later date. We don't need to press this further." And the announcer kind of like bows and says, "Yes, Duchess, understood. You may return to your seat, Miss Layla."
Richard walks back to the group.
With this, the group and the council will now discuss on what is needed to be done and what precautions we would have. The individuals who were present to this, such as the adventurers, can leave, return to their duties, or may wait outside for our deliberation to end, but they cannot leave Aten Port under any circumstances after we finish our deliberation. Before we finish our deliberation.
Okay. What time is it right now?
Since it started in the afternoon, it is probably maybe early evening.
Okay.
There was a caterer with stuff. I'm gonna go eat food.
Yes. Sure. So everybody sees that the foods is there, and you see one of the guards that came with the Duchess picks up 2 plates and 2 teas and brings them to the room where the Duchess is, and that's it. And you can see the person that works at Madame Jules' bakery is saying, "So, how did it go? I heard some gossip saying that this was a big deal. So, what's happening?"
Oh, it
People
was
talking. You know,
most-
the normal bureaucratic nightmare. People are gonna talk, nothing's gonna get done, and then somebody's going to have to actually just do what needs to be done.
I see. Still though, it's such a weird sight to see the Duchess here.
Is she not normally in town?
No, she rarely visits our town. She only sends one of her envoys to make announcements or get results from our noblemen. It is a rare sight indeed.
Well, this has been a rare occurrence.
Indeed it has.
Neil's gonna wait for their deliberations to be over because we need to talk with the Duchess.
Yeah, I
Multiple
guess we'll just
things.
wait.
Okay.
I assume that, well, I hope the discussion isn't going to take very long.
Yeah. It probably takes maybe an hour and 30 minutes. And as soon as that is over, you see Commander Hill kind of gesture you to come in and sit. And you see the announcer come up and says, "With everything that has occurred, we will now put into the following effect. We will be having increased investigations in unnatural magical encounters, and we will hereby request the assistance of the Phiron Magi Assembly, as well as requesting some military assets from Yorin to help us with quelling any such monstrosities again. Also, we will have increased patrols around cities, as this is the per recommendation of Commander Hill, who was voted second by Duchess Alexandria. And secondly, we will," and the Duchess holds her hand up to make the man pause, and she stands up. "Furthermore, I believe we should have a response unit to deal with these situations. Seeing that we need to handle the situations of these Sokton Mazurite crystals, along with this cult of death, I hereby wish to recommend the adventurers that position."
Sure. I mean, what you want us to do?
You have complete authority, second only to the Council of Kiron. You would have every resource at your disposal for your investigations in the supernatural. Secondly, I will be your handler. I will give you the information that is required and requested from all factions within Ventar. Within. Is it Ventar Haven? It is Ventar Haven.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure because I can't remember all the time. Ventar Haven. Ventar Haven. You would have a budget as well of 100,000. No. Of 500 platinum coins. And everybody in the room gasped, what, 500 platinum? For these adventurers? Lady Duchess, this is a bit much. And everyone is murmuring and says, I have made my decision. And my decision is final. Seeing that these in the...
But
Say that again?
I don't see how 5,000 gold coins is a lot, but...
Well...
5,000 platinum. Or was it 500?
500
500 platinum. You add a 0
Okay.
to get it to gold. 5,000 gold.
Okay.
Well, I can make it 10,000 gold if you want.
I just mean, like, if you go to the standard price for magic items, that's not even a rare magic item. Whatever you want to give us.
What?
5,000 gold isn't that much. I mean, it's a lot for level 6 characters. What is...
Well, it's 500 platinum. She's not going to give you a whole lot, but it's a starting because she wants to see your results in the field, basically. She wants to see if you could handle an actual investigation on this matter. So,
Doesn't matter.
so she's giving you some
How
seed
much
money.
gold?
Furthermore,
Adrian is fine with the gold.
yep, yes. Furthermore, 500 platinum, by the way. It's 500 platinum.
Guess I'll put that party. Let's write that down. To party funds, kind of.
Yeah, you haven't received it yet, but she said she would give it to you. Furthermore, I would also give you an estate of your own to run your investigations, such as a base of operations within Kiron. And she says, that is all. You are all dismissed. And she leaves, and everybody is murmuring, like, these random adventurers are getting this much treatment from the Duchess, who rarely visits any town? Something is definitely fishy, as these are, like, murmurs and suspicion going amongst the crowds and everything, and, like, Commander Hill then says, I suggest we should leave. You know how politicians are, they can be a bit resentful.
Yes, we need to talk with the Duchess.
We need to have.
Oh.
Yeah.
We have a meeting with her. We're supposed to.
I see.
Concerning a personal matter of hers.
Oh, I did not know you were acquainted.
We are not officially. Yet, anyways.
And he
We
kind of
have
and like
We
his
acquainted one of our friends.
and like his eyes kind of widen, like, oh, that type of meeting. Well
Not
then,
the one you're most likely thinking of. We have recently come into possession of some of her misplaced property.
I am
like
well
to
aware. I have heard stories coming up the grapevine from her spies.
What other stories have you heard?
Well, not much, but I did hear
Like
about the supposed.
recycling.
But I did hear about her supposed investigation within the crystals beforehand. Anyway, I leave you to your own devices, and please, if you need anything, do not hesitate to ask upon me. As he kind of like gives a little bow with his hand on his chest, as he then takes his leave.
So is one of the Duchess's guards still in the room?
Yes.
Let's go see if we can't talk with the Duchess. Her
The
personal
guard kind of like holds up a hand and says, "You are the Duchess's private meeting group. Is this correct?"
Correct.
And says, "Please follow me." And the guard basically leads you to a separate room where you see more guards basically guarding the door, and the guard lets you in to the room. And as you enter, you see the guard with the red feather helmet, the Duchess herself drinking some tea, and you see the jeweler there, the female elf there, drinking tea as well, and having a discussion with the Duchess. And as soon as you enter, he says, "Ah, Mr. Adrian, Mr. Nail, a pleasure to see you again."
Yes, I'm glad nothing befell of you during the commotion of the last few days.
Please think nothing of it. I was properly protected by the strong guardsmen of our fair city. She gives a little wink and a chuckle. And besides, enough about me. You are here to discuss a conversation with the Duchess that I arranged. And the Duchess kind of like finishes her tea, puts the teacup down, looks at you, has her fingers kind of like, hang on. You know that scene or so where someone kind of like lays back and has their fingertips touch the other fingertips with the hand and everything?
Mhm.
She
Yeah.
basically does that, and yes, I heard you have recovered some of my stolen property that I did not notice which was stolen.
Yes, we currently recovered them from bandits, and we have put them into safekeeping for when you return. For when you return here to this town.
I see. What is the status of the bandits?
I think they're dead.
I see. Do you know where they were operating from?
They
No.
were hiding in a warehouse, an abandoned warehouse, I think.
She snaps her fingers. One of the guards basically comes up with a map of Aten Port, and she says, "Which warehouse?" And you guys know where. You guys definitely know where the warehouse is. You pointed out to her, and she is satisfied with that. It's just, "Thank you. I will have some of my guardsmen investigate it further. But I recall that you wish to basically return them, but for a price, as what I am told."
Well, you know the way of the world. There's no such thing as a free meal.
As soon as you say that, the red feathered helmet individual kind of like grips the sword, and like she raises her hand. Now. He is simply pointing out a way of business. He is allowed to say it, and I do know that this was going to happen otherwise. And besides, if I was dealing with the bandits, I would have played along until I decided to dispose of them. But these individuals are not, how should we say, cold-hearted thieves. So I will hear what they wish to discuss on a price.
Well, there's quite a lot of materials. Safekeeping them was difficult, but still. And we are looking to have quite a bit of expenses coming up in the future with all of this recent developments.
Indeed. The 500 platinum was mostly to give them some leeway to make them stop second guessing you. The real business of this is behind the scenes. The 500 platinum is basically to say that the government of Kiron will give that to you, but you could use your own personal funds to get your own research materials and weapons and equipment, which I am more than happy to fill your coffers with.
So, how much would that be? How happy would you, or you?
Wait, say that again? I didn't get that.
I'm basically trying to ask her how much she's willing to actually fill our coffers with. How happy is she to receive what should be hers to begin with?
Well, I must ask, how much did you recover, and what did you recover from the warehouse?
Recovered quite a bit, actually. Several £100 worth of materials, variety of things, some cups, jewels, plates, finery. Seems like they ransacked a manor or something to get all of that.
Indeed. They must have robbed a manor, she says in a cold tone. My manor.
Well, we recovered everything that was in their warehouse of ill-gotten gains.
Indeed, and I do presume that among them was a missing javelin which was gifted to me by the Yaren people, as well as a bracelet of sorts that was gifted to me from Firham, and one of my portable magic items that I have, which I personally made, a certain summoning steed carriage. Was that
Yes.
among the missing materials?
I have the javelin currently. I have no need of it. I wish to return it back as well. He shows the javelin. I used it to fight against the horde of zombies. The horde of undead.
I see. Interesting.
Most likely already noticed your bracelet.
Yes, it looks... She pauses and smiles. Quite good on you, Mr. Nail. Magi Assembly of the Court.
It came in handy. The recent events.
Indeed.
We
These
do
are
have a chariot as well.
These are gifts, of course, that were given to me. I have a lot of them over the years. Most of the time they collect dust, but I am happy to see some uses at least being made with them. If you wish, you could keep them, but I will have to subtract some of the coinage of the reward that I will give you.
we don't really need the javelin, and to be honest, I don't actually know what we're going to do with the chariot.
Well, I have multiple chariots. I just was curious of where one was misplaced. How about I gift it to you for free, as you could have your own carriage?
Could be useful, as long as we're in a place where it makes sense to use it. I think the only item we would really like would be the bracelet. Party lacks forward muscle.
Yes, I could very much see that. Very well. I gift...
Agent's out of character. Agent's slowly becoming more and more of a tank, the frontline fighter. That's why I took the tough feat.
Okay, good to know. The Duchess then says, very well. I will gift you the bracelet and the portable magic carriage as a gift to you. And you shall return the javelin to me.
Adrian will hand her the javelin.
One of the guards takes the javelin, gives a bow to you, and steps back. Now, time for your reward. I must say, I am quite pleased to meet individuals who can appreciate a good conversation on business deals.
Just a question: am I there with the group, or is it just Nail and Adrian?
No, you're there with the group.
Okay.
Why, do you want to say something?
No.
Okay. She kind of like says, so, seeing that you returned the javelin and I gift these to you, and on top of the 500 platinum, let us see, what is a good reward, since I'm also gifting you your own private estate as well in Kiron to help you with your duties, free of charge, of course. Let's see. Would maybe... Hang on. I'm doing a calculation right now. Okay, calculating still.
Recalculating.
Gold and platinum conversion. I'm calculating. She then says, how about 50,000 platinum?
That would definitely be enough.
You see, I would have gifted you probably maybe... Hang on. I would have probably gifted you... Hang on, calculating. I would probably have gifted you 70,000 platinum, but since you decided to keep 2 of them as a gift, I did have to downgrade it a bit, but it is still a lot of coinage.
50,000 is like 500,000 gold, you know?
Yep.
And she kind of like looks to her guardsman with the red feather and gives a slight nod and basically gets a bag, puts it on the table, and you hear the big clink clink sunk of coin hitting the table.
Platinum and gold coins would be presented in a wooden chest.
Well,
because of their extreme value.
yes. Well, as you inspect the bag, you actually see. Uh, well, yeah. Except you see that it's a small bag with a satchel.
I'm gonna say it's a bag of holding too.
Make an Arcana check.
Let's see how long this actually takes. I've hit the button.
Oh boy, here we go. Waiting for the wall. Waiting for the wall. 15. Okay. Yes, it is a bag of holding.
So, for treasures, you know the ship we came into port in on. Correct? I assume.
I am aware. It is located there, then?
Yes, in the hold.
I see.
It was moved there discreetly. So I doubt anyone noticed.
I will have some guardsmen come around to retrieve it and place it into a carriage on convoy.
So, do you know how long it'll be until
Of
you return to the capital?
500,000 gold divided by the three of us.
First, we have to give the share to the jeweler, which we owe her.
Oh yeah, divided by the five of us then, because three goes. One portion goes to each of us. A portion goes to jeweler, and then a portion goes to party funds.
So,
500,000.
I have a question. If you may indulge me. You know how long it will be until you are ready to return to the capital?
I won't be returning for maybe 3-4 days, maybe. I do have some business to attend to in town. May I inquire why you asked this question?
Oh, simply the next place we were planning on going.
Well, if you wish, you could stop by Raven's Spire. It is the capital of my territory, if you would.
I do believe we need to make a stop. So, I think that'll work, since to get to the capital we have to go north, and Ravenspire is also north. So it should work.
Indeed, you could even supply yourself with any equipment or supplies that you need. Sorry, a bug was climbing up my leg.
You too?
Yeah,
Me too. A spider was climbing my leg, and I got rid of it.
it was more ants. I have ants in this house.
Summertime, everyone has ants in their houses.
Not in my room though, but you know it happens. Anyway.
We don't have wasps.
Wasps are the worst. Anyway, getting back into character. So she says that you could go to Ravenspire to get equipment, supplies, anything you need. And if you also need anything while I am still in town, well, do not hesitate to ask one of my guardsmen to see me, for I will be staying within the castle here, in a guest room.
I guess I have one question for you.
Yes, little
Perhaps.
tiefling, she says with a coy smile.
That's Mrs. Tiefling to you. But either way, perhaps you know who was the funny fellow who decided to ask me those funny questions.
Well, he was mostly curious because of the reports that were shown by my spies. We've done some research, and we are aware of a certain film project. She kind of like lays back about creating artificial beings, if you would. And
Probably is no more true than whatever yarn's cooking up.
indeed. But I am quite curious. I never met a artificially created being.
Perhaps one day you will.
Yes. Yes, I think I would.
If they exist, but who knows?
Well, I did hear stories of one other that's supposedly on the island, but I don't have the exact report and information, but I hear they are on the island somewhere.
Who knows?
Indeed. She says as she kind of like slides a envelope to you. Indeed. Who knows?
Browse and envelope and says nothing. I think the day has been far too long. Thank you for your time.
Indeed. Please call upon me, any of you, if you require any assistance from me. I am more than happy to help out my new business partners, she says with a coy, devilish smile, with cold eyes, as you leave the room.
One thing.
Yes?
Saying funny questions out loud in public might attract unwanted attention. Might be careful if you catch a cold. It may not be a cold.
I meant no offense, my dear. It was simply more of I wanted to see your reaction on it.
Oh, this is no threat for me.
Ta-ta.
You know, waves, goodbye.
Yes. So, did you take the envelope or did you leave the envelope?
I took the envelope.
Okay, good.
Okay.
So you guys
Yeah.
exit. Where you guys gonna go? You're gonna go back to, I think it was the Peacock Inn,
I think
or
we should go to the jewelry shop first to deliver their money.
no, the jewelry was there.
Yeah, but we have all the money. I'm not pretty sure we didn't just sit there and count out 1,000 gold.
That
give
is
the 1,000 platinum to give the jeweler.
okay.
Right in front of everyone.
That kind of makes sense. Okay, makes sense.
Fast forward to the
We'll go
jewelry
to
shop.
the jeweler's shop. Hopefully they have a coin weight, so we don't have to count
Yeah.
1,000 platinum.
Yeah. She does. So you're then gonna do that, and then you're gonna go back to the Peacock Inn, or you're gonna go back to the shack.
Peacock in this time.
Okay.
Probably.
It could be funny to wait on the ship for the guards to come to collect their stuff, but
Yes.
just talk in since it's literally like right here.
What time is it now? Is it nighttime or?
It is nighttime. I would say it is maybe 10:30 p.m.
I shall go and investigate this ghost happenings.
Need help investigating a ghost?
Oh,
I'd
that's
appreciate that.
right. Investigating the ghosts.
June wishes us to come along as well.
Okay, was I supposed to talk to the jeweler about something? Or was that already done?
It's already
I
done.
would say that
After
was already done.
Already done, okay. Don't have to talk to specific the jeweler. Okay, ghost hunting now.
After which I shall use this new gold to forge a new sword for myself, as my current one has little effect on most creatures.
You wait until the capital. I bet you'll find a master blacksmith who can actually forge you your weapon.
I can craft it myself, actually.
It would feel more special if you made it yourself, I'm guessing.
Yes. Kind of. But
I was more thinking
Adrian
because
will...
people might be able to help you if you get stuck.
What?
Somebody could assist.
Yeah, the blacksmith's
you.
here will help. I will ask the blacksmiths to accompany me and help as well.
Okay, let's go.
Adrian
So-
casts like a message to like the where the shack would be and see if June is there.
So are you okay? Are you sending a psychic message to June?
Yes.
June is not at the shack.
How does message work again?
I believe you need to have a
Recipient in mind and relatively know where they are.
And since they are within
Basically
18
be in a
port,
direction.
yes, if they're in 18 port, then they should be good. And don't forget that they were staying before this whole thing was happening. They were staying in another inn, which was called I think it was called the Silver Spoon Tavern Inn, or no, the Silver Spoon Tavern was the restaurant. The Silver Red Dragon Inn is the inn that they are staying in.
Okay, he'll point to where that inn is and cast message. See if it connects with her.
It connects.
I am ready to go investigate this ghost. Please meet me by the tavern at the docks.
The Salted Sea Dog Tavern.
Yes.
Okay.
You say that to her.
The Salty Sea Dog Tavern in Dock District of 18 Port. Sorry, I am just typing that in so we all know. Okay, good. She then responds, yes, I will be there, she says abruptly.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Adrian, I told her to meet us at the Salty Sea Dog Tavern and Inn. Let's just meet her there.
So, okay, so who's going? It's Layla and Adrian.
Yes, unless Neil wants to come along.
Yeah, Neil, come along.
Yes, the entire party.
Okay, so as you guys leave, you notice Shala isn't with you. She was with you. However, she is not with you for you see her talking to one of the Duchess's guards. The guard then like nods and then like escorts her to the room where the Duchess is.
Okay.
Interesting. Very well.
Doubt whoever kidnapped her is either still alive or in town. But
Yes,
Well,
now
she
that we
most
know
likely
how to
talked
identify
about
them, they're not likely to be in town anymore.
So what is she? What's she doing talking to the Duchess?
Probably something similar.
Do you want to try to sneak not sneak it but
eavesdrop?
eavesdrop? Yes, you want to eavesdrop on this? It's up to you.
Probably just something similar to what we were talking about.
Could be.
Or maybe
something-
why they were trying to sacrifice her, or who knows? Could be
Yeah,
girl
who could
problems.
possibly know why they want to sacrifice her? Either way, could be interesting. But then again, ruining Adrian's not date, but so tempting.
We
Was
have to
it?
go fight. We have ghosts to go ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we have ghost hunting.
Okay.
So no one's gonna eavesdrop. You guys are gonna go ghost hunting.
Hold on. Going to eavesdrop. Going to eavesdrop.
What are you doing exactly?
That was just me to see whether or not temptation got the best of me.
Temptation?
Because this
Eavesdrop.
the eavesdrop.
Oh.
I want to know what it's about.
So basically, this is you trying to have some self-control, basically.
Yes, because
Oh.
there is. Yes, because it's either eavesdrop on a juicy conversation or go ghost hunting.
Okay, thank
You
you.
don't know if
So now, whenever you are going to be tempted by something, I'm going to ask you to make a wisdom save. Thank you
Fair
for
enough.
that. More ways to torture you all.
So we'll head to the Salty Sea Dog Tavern then. where
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, it's around where you are, and so as you arrive, you see June kind of like waiting. She kind of like notices you, and as she kind of like waves, she then like her face forms from a smile to a like open-eyed and like oh type of face.
The boys.
She says, "Oh, you decided to bring the group. Oh, I thought this was going to be like a two-person job, but it's okay. The more the merrier. The more help means the better success, right? Right."
We
Check
don't
out-
know how dangerous this ghost will be.
What's her surface thoughts?
Her surface thoughts is like, well, so much for trying to have a supposed non-official date, trying to get to know him better. Well, it doesn't matter. I could probably get to know him regardless.
The correct choice. Sabotage this date. Either way, I'm for sure we're all
Don't
have.
know.
She didn't say that out loud.
Yeah, this is her surface thoughts that Layla is reading.
Yeah, if it's surface thoughts, you don't need to make it. They don't need to make a saving throw.
Yeah,
If you want to pry deeper,
Only when
then-
only deeper.
yeah.
only.
Do you want to pry deeper?
No, it's pretty obvious what she wants.
Especially considering what she is.
Yes.
Yeah, true. So yeah, you guys
Let's
go
go.
to the Salty Sea
Besides
Dog.
ghosts.
Mm-hmm. You go there, and immediately as you enter, you notice that there are fewer patrons from the first time. Adrian went to investigate, and you see standing, well, not standing, but sitting at the bar, is a ghostly apparition of a man with a beard, covered in salt water and seaweed, and has coral basically growing, basically, I would say, like parts of his side and all of that. And
Looks like a member of the Flying Dutchman's crew from the Pirates of the Caribbean series.
thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, kind of like that. Was spinning something
Ghost,
off of
not a
that.
flesh and blood zombie creature.
Yeah, this is more of a ghost, an apparition.
Adrian will pull out a sword, but not like he just have it in his hand, and he will put his hand on the ghost's shoulder. Excuse me, sir. You're disturbing the customers.
As you try to do that, your hand kind of like goes through the ghost.
Okay. But you still say that.
It says, "I'm just here to drink and look for somebody," he says as he tries to grab the drink and like go through and like, God, I hate this.
Well, who are you looking for then?
He then says, "I'm looking for me wife. I left to go out on the sea. I haven't seen her in 10 years. 10 years.
How old does he look?
He looks to be, maybe 40-ish.
Better question is to ask him what year is it?
What year did you leave? When did you leave?
I left about just 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago.
Yes,
And
but what year?
What year is it now?
So I was working on a way to have the whole timeline thing working. So I would say like it was 1,000 years ago since of the flare. You're kind of like after.
You
Yeah.
could just say how many years from the present time.
I would say maybe actually wait, now I actually need to look up at my freaking lore because
What he
like
could do is basically like
I see we're dealing with not an ordinary pirate ghost.
no, because okay, so this was like basically after 1,000 years, so you're in the present. This was discovered 20 years later. Okay, so it had been at odds for 200 years. The continent of Gunkar was discovered 20 years ago. For about 50 years. Okay. Ventor Haven was discovered.
I'm guessing it's like 1,100 AF.
I would say it's 270 AF, which is after flare. So the current year is 270 AF, which is after flare.
Mhm.
So he said he hasn't seen her in 10 years. Situated that he left around 260 AF.
Yes. Do you know what year it is?
Obviously, it's 260.
Bad news. It's been a lot longer.
Impossible. I
200
only
years
left.
longer.
Well, being dead must suck right now.
I mean, it's still possible to meet, or we can just go to. Did Adrian tell us about the undead temple thing?
Nope.
No, I don't think he did.
No. Well,
No, you didn't.
no. I don't know that then.
Well, out of
Well-
character, you know. In character,
I
you
don't-
don't.
Yes, obviously, I'm the character.
Shouldn't the year be 1,270?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Actually, yeah, since current year is 1,270 AF, right? Thank you.
A
but-
random number being a solid zero is just kind of weird.
yes, because again, remember this was after the flare and took like 1,000 years for the world to heal from this and begin building. So yeah, thank you for fixing that. Sorry.
2 years and a 200 year for war. And 20 plus 70 is, yeah.
Yeah, because like 20 years after the whole like 20 years they
Just add
found
up all the numbers. It's
Yeah.
1,250. And 2,270.
yeah, because the whole like war with gun car that's been happening as well. So
Um, she's either deceased or gone from this town. This town has just recently been attacked by hordes of undead with physical bodies.
say that again.
Adrian says to the ghost, I believe this woman you're looking for deceased or not in this town anymore. As this town has been attacked by a large number of cultists and undead.
I just left 2 weeks ago. I haven't seen her in over 10 years. I mean,
You left 2 weeks ago.
Years
Where did
ago,
you
but-
leave her? 10 years ago, I don't think this was a town.
10 years ago means he knew her, but left her around 250. Then 10 years, 260, he left, and he then decided that after this journey, he was going to go see his wife.
Yes, what I'm trying to say is the town, Port, isn't that old, so why would she be here?
Remember,
point of this is it's in the town.
remember, this was still just a port of a couple of houses, nothing much. Kind of like Haven's Cove.
I thought this entire town was like all new, like nothing was here before they moved in.
Well, you did have the slums.
Well, slums evolve out of towns as they grow. I meant like 10 years ago, there would have been nothing, no buildings whatsoever here.
Exactly.
Was she just on a shack on the shoreline?
Maybe.
So-
Yeah, I don't think she stayed here for all of that time.
I think either way, she's dead.
It's too.
Was
The
she
current
human or was
date is.
she, or was she an
1,000
elf or something? Something that would
Yeah.
live 1,000 years.
The current date is 1,270 AF. It's no longer 2,000. So 1,260.
So you haven't seen your wife in 10 years. You haven't seen her in 20 years. You didn't die 2 weeks ago. You died 10 years and 2 weeks ago. My good ghostly friend.
You kind of see him slump over and says, "It's been that long." He kind of like gets up from the chair, and you can now get a better look. You actually see that half of his face is cold and missing some of his face as he kind of like strolls back out of the tavern, and you just see him go towards the dock. And as he reaches the end of the dock and takes that step off, he vanishes.
Well, it was either a good thing or a really bad thing.
I feel sorry for him. Maybe we could have done a seance or something. But none of us know how to contact the dead.
I only know how to pour holy water on them.
And you
Hopefully he finds
June kind of like says in a somber voice, "Maybe we should have looked for his wife, maybe, to help him find condolence and peace."
400 years, 200, hundreds of years after the fact,
It's only
there's
been
not
20
even
years.
20 years? I'm getting confused.
Yeah, it's
by
20
all the
years.
dates. Oh,
It's only been 20 years.
I was confused. I thought it was like 200 or something. He said I'm getting confused so much. Either way,
Even 20 years, that's a long time. If they were married, it meant she wasn't like a child. She was an adult.
Yeah, he looked to be like in his 40s or 40s or 50s. So she's like 70 now, and people don't normally live to 70s in medieval
Unless they were
times,
rich.
really. Yeah.
we didn't even ask him his name, but oh wow.
Adrian does know that the wife's name was Louise.
Yes, but his last name.
He might not have had a last name.
Oh god, that's right. We may not even know if they gave her a headstone when she was buried.
It could have died from unnatural causes.
Who knows? Either way. That story
If he
arc
comes
will
back, just tell him that his wife is dead. Just keep doing that for forever. Call an exorcist.
The bartender looks, and he actually seems to be around the same age as the ghost, and says, "Don't feel sorry for him. The poor fool made his peace when he decided to leave her for the sea, as the poor sop said. He's been coming in here, and I have been welcoming him in. Even though some of the patrons and the other business owners dislike it, I'm his only good friend left, and he has freaking dementia. Poor way to go."
This is not the first time he decided to walk onto shore, is it?
No, he's been doing this for probably 2, maybe 1 month, maybe, ever since he came here.
Oh god, he's gonna be back in like a week and be doing this shit.
Should really try to help him move on.
We'll find his ghost wife or something. Do you happen to know his last name? If he has one.
Indeed. His name is Howl Jadefrid.
We'll check the graveyard for Miss Jeffrey.
Yeah, so
Where's the graveyard in this town?
okay, give me a moment. I'm putting the names so you guys know and won't forget. The graveyard, so there's like the big graveyard or the like small one, because they mostly been burying their dead kind of like probably in some spaces.
It's in
But-
graveyard.
Yeah, but basically they kind of like have a mortuary, I guess, is what you would call it, a mortuary, where you have the
Correct.
caskets and all of that. It's in the East Ward, and it's this building here.
Usually, a graveyard would be outside of town.
Yeah, but it's a mortuary, not a graveyard. So it's
Okay.
Mausoleum, I think, would actually be the proper term.
yeah, mausoleums. Thank you.
Crypt.
A crypt. Crypts. Thank you.
The crypt is the below ground part.
Yes.
On
Yes.
top of it.
Yes. It's the
There's
mausoleum. Yes. So the mausoleum and the crypts are in the East Ward with that big building.
They should probably have records of who was buried.
Indeed. So, you guys want to go investigate that now, or you want to do that tomorrow morning?
Most likely in the morning. I'd
In the
suspect
morning.
the gravekeeper is already sleeping.
Yeah. We'll do that in the
Adrian
morning.
needs to start making a sword.
Indeed. So you guys are gonna call it a night?
Well, Adrian will go see if the blacksmiths are still awake.
I want to read the letter that I got.
What?
The envelope I was given
You want to open the envelope?
in private.
In private. Okay, so you want to go to the Peacock Inn.
Mhm.
Nail, you want to go to the Peacock Inn? Nail?
Yeah.
Yes?
Peacock Inn.
Okay, good. So, Nail shows Layla where the Peacock Inn is, and June is actually going to accompany Adrian to the blacksmith because she wanted to help him with his, duties. And if making his sword is part of his duty, she wants to help.
I appreciate your help, but do you know of any blade craftsmanship? Do you know how to?
Sadly, no, but I do know a little bit about magic.
Before I leave. What was her name again? What was it? I know the other one was Autumn, and this one is
June. So it's
June.
basically like autumn and June.
June.
So
Telepathic.
if you go to pinned messages in game chat, and you scroll down, you'll see June and Autumn.
I see. Yeah.
So like important characters or important pieces of information, okay, are kind of like shown in the pinned messages.
I don't know. Yes. Telepathic speedster. To June.
Okay.
Now, be mindful not to do anything that you might regret.
So June hears this and like she kind of like gulps and uh actually um uh do you want to take a rain check?
Creepy smile and wave as I walk away.
Oh, so you're doing this as you leave. Okay.
Yeah,
She kind of like looks at you and like and waves back, terrified, as she accompanies Adrian to his thing. And I'm thinking I'm gonna wrap it up
yeah.
after I would say Layla would open the envelope now, or you want to wait until next session?
I'll finish this now. I'm fine.
Okay. So as you're alone in a room, and since this is a comfortable room, and since you guys have not been there in a while, since you've been squatting, a room for the Sten in a comfortable inn is going to be 8 silver per day.
All right.
Everybody gets 100,000 gold, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So as you're alone, Layla, you open the note, the envelope.
Yes.
So as you open it, you see that there appears to be papers along with a scrap paper of the map of Ventar Haven with a circle located on the map. So I will take us to the map of Ventar Haven. And I will copy this. Map layer. Give me a moment. Okay, sorry, I was trying to do something. So the letters say, not the letter, but the papers say investigation in artificial beings, page file 1. Subject A has arrived to the island, has caused a commotion by killing about 50 or so residents in a port near Kiron.
Oh, I don't remember doing that, so back.
Subject A has then decided to steal and pillage individuals, and for some reason began to act feral. Subject A then decided to craft what appears to be a weapon of sorts out of a strange material. Material is yet unknown. Investigation is further required. Subject appears to be... Hang on. So, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is you and your sister... Are you twins?
No, but I do have her picture.
Yes, yes. Could you privately send it to me?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Because like I don't have any references.
I still don't. I'm not 100% sure on it, but I'll send it to you.
Yeah, just so I could get a basic understanding of what you want it to look like, so just I could know. Thank you. Good to know. Subject appears to be wearing a type of black armor with a dress. Subject also has blonde and gold amber eyes. The weapon she is currently wielding is a longsword with a very strange gem rune on it. Subject has taken residence within an old shack. Investigation team has begun to try to apprehend her. It has been 3 days since the investigation team went to apprehend her. Something has gone wrong, sending another team to investigate. Side note of report for missing team. Missing team has been ripped asunder, entrails ripped open and eaten, apparently. Individual is still unknown. Current trail has led to her to be in the forbidden zone. Shack is to be under investigation in case subject decides to return. Subject has not returned to Shack. Apprehending of this culprit is highly risky and highly dangerous. Threat level of this creature is hereby set to Red Star 5. Bounty for said target should only be used on the highest ranks of adventuring parties. Location of this shack will be shown. And the shack is basically located somewhere around here, basically where my GM token is.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the map with the circle on it.
Let's see. And that is where we need to go.
Yes, and up here is kind of like the unknown region, basically beyond the mountains. So yeah, that's basically what the envelope contained.
Why a trip?
Say that again?
It's going to be a little bit of a trip, but I think we can find her.
So yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, so the note described your sister to a T. And basically some different tendencies than you remember.
Yeah, I don't remember her being quite the cannibal, but has been a long time.
Indeed, and your memory is a bit foggy on some of the details. So yeah, I would call it a session. And
Are we doing Adrian's like smithing thing next session, or
yeah, we're gonna do that next session. We're gonna do the smithing stuff next session because I don't want to like take up time and all that. That could be easily done next session. So we're gonna do that because we did like a good amount of story development, some wrap ups for some past stuff. So and like dropping some key points for each story so far. So I'm gonna leave it like that. So I'm gonna see you guys next session, which is gonna be 2 weeks from now. And so yeah, I will see you guys.
Thursday. What day is that now?
It's Saturday, dude. It's Saturday. So yeah, I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end the recording here and now. And yeah,